Good evening. So, I'm gonna need to explain myself. So, okay, so what happened was what happened was we had that British Empire campaign going with the torpedo boats, everything. It was all a big joke about the Second Pacific Squadron. Having a great time. Started building super battleships though, so we had the super top end and the like nothing in between, right? Destroyers, super battleships. That's it. The plan was, in that campaign, I was like finishing off the Soviets, and then they got Soviet again. They really like doing that for some reason. Although really, it's just, there's still a democracy. It's just that the game calls that the Soviet Union when that happens. Anyway, I was finishing off the Soviet Union. And then I was still allied to the Americans, which was my mistake. Because, as it turns out, if you eliminate, if the only major powers left, if the only major powers that are left are allied to you, then you win the game. Instant win state, and it wipes your fucking save. So, if you want to conquer the entire world, you need to not be allied with anybody. This is new information to me. There's a lot of things I've learned in progressing to 1964. One of the things that I've learned is that when you aren't playing as the British, eating everything that they have to start with takes a long time. So I've been fighting this war with the British for probably 20 years at this point. But they're pretty much wrapped up. So yeah, this new campaign and the German Empire, obviously. The premise of the campaign being the opposite. So the last campaign was all about torpedoes. This campaign, the rule that I made for myself was no torpedoes, only gun. And you'll see how I've been putting that into action. But yeah, it turns out eating the British Empire, it's a lot of work. We are, however, at least in some sense, picking up from where we left off, because the reason I'm starting here is I'm about to build the final iteration, and it's complicated because another thing I've learned is that the technology keeps going. So, like, you unlock all the components, right? So there's nothing else that I can unlock that would, like, actually change the build of anything. It's just all these, like, slight stat buffs that keep... It's almost like the repeatable technologies in Stellaris in the end game, right? Very strange. So, like, just every time this technology runs through, and I guess it runs through forever. The last time it was like 7.1 horsepower per engine ton, and now it's 8. So it's like the most incremental, continual upgrades forever. But everything important has been unlocked. We're just on like these continual, very marginal increases, which is interesting, I suppose. But I don't know if I agree with it necessarily as a game design choice. Not that the game is like supposed to be designed for you to do this, to go this far, but anyway. And these are the cumulative numbers. Like the 19.2% is the number for all of the previous versions of this upgrade and this upgrade cumulatively. Right, so it says advanced boilers and fuel systems, 27. So, that's all 27 upgrades. That's the bonus they're giving me. These are cumulative numbers. So anyway, but yeah, we have all the hulls, we have all the guns, got the Mark V 20-inch, Mark V 8-inch. Got all the radars, all the radar components, but then it continues to marginally increase. And it's such an insignificant increase that I don't really... There's kind of a lot of design bloat in this screen, I think. But anyway. So, to at least sort of pick up where we left off, I'm going to build the last version, the last iteration of the Super Battleship. And we can take a look at the progression here. Because obviously in that previous campaign, we didn't build battleships in 1890. But this is what that looks like for the Germans. You can put more funnels here, but I went for the extra gun turret. Because having 3 main battery turrets is quite uncommon on a pre-dreadnought, actually. So I was happy to take advantage of that. So I've been going battleships as large as I can build them, and then light cruisers as the screening units to deal with light units and submarines, because you can't put depth charges on battleships. That only matters like on the campaign map, but it still matters. So yeah, and these start at 3,000 tons. 316 feet long. And I must say, I really do like the German aesthetic in this era. If you go to like the Second World War, they're not as like there is a specific aesthetic to the German ships in the Second World War. And it is good, but like the Alaska class. So, but if you compare any other ships built at this time period to the German ships, I think the Germans have got it nailed down. That like reverse angle to the bow. And everything. I think it really suits. I don't know. I don't know why. Just something about Imperial Germany, conceptually and aesthetically. But, so this is the second class of battleship. 450 feet. 17,000 tons. And what do we got? 11-inch guns, yeah. The light cruisers really do struggle in the early game. Like, they're the last to get upgraded to the... Because, like, you get the dreadnoughts, and then you get the armored cruisers, and the battle cruisers that are, like, dreadnought-style ships. The light cruisers are the last to get that treatment. So they stay in this format for way too long. Which is really, really quite crippling. But it might be just a machinery space issue. Because you need so much of the ship for the engines in this period. And this, I think, is like the last hull of this style, but you're stuck with it for a very long time until you get to like the late 20s, maybe, in terms of technology level. And here's the first dreadnought. Are they still 11-inch guns? No, they're 12-inch. Okay. 4 twins. Kind of like a mini Queen Elizabeth, maybe. Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look for sure. And that's 27,000 tons. They went to 3 triples, 2 forward, 1 aft. As is the founding fathers intended, clearly, because that's what all the American ships are. And those are, yeah, 12-inch. But as I'm saying, you have that dreadnought layout with 3 triple main battery turrets. And what does your light cruiser look like? Same as 1890, right? Again, 3 triples. And I think I remember these towers don't play particularly well with this hull. I don't know if I had more advanced towers than I should have or something. But like the way everything's, and there was this other secondary tower that was way too big. Didn't fit anywhere really. But anyway, and finally, light cruisers get some change. Five twin 6-inch guns. Finally. And of course, as I said, no torpedoes. So the places where you would normally have torpedoes, it's just all guns instead. So I've gone up to 12 guns. $61,000 tons. And still like the same tower as previously. And these are 14-inch guns. And then here we have an actual modern light cruiser. It's pretty much the end state for light cruisers already. Just the guns are not quite there yet. Then Pomern, this is the last non-super battleship officially, but it's still 82,000 tons, which in real life I'd say that's a super battleship. Only 16-inch guns. But, and I just went with all 4-inch. I think because the larger calibers were not researched yet. So these are like 4-inch Mark IVs or something. "920 feet long. Very long for a warship. Curious what these cruisers are up to. And the cruisers are 10,000 tons. So they've gone up by a factor of 3. And meanwhile, the battleships have gone up by a factor of like 13 by the end, as you'll see. The cruisers are 577 feet. So more than half of what this battleship was anyway. And then we get the first of the super battleships. Now, the all-forward design is a thing that needs discussing. But I'll table that for now. So this is 1,150 feet long. 163-foot beam. That shit ain't fitting through Panama, let me tell you. And yeah, 3 triple 9-inch up front, not in the best layout, but that's because of the way the end game superstructure works for the Germans, which is a bit unfortunate. Really does not want to be an all-forward design, but I made it anyway. And I can illustrate some of the issues there when we come to the new design. I never even realized you could see the propellers here. Got 3 propellers and 2 rudders. Which I think is the Bismarck layout, if I'm not mistaken. I think the Bismarck had 3 propellers and 2 rudders. Anyway. Because that's like an important talking point in the circumstances of the Bismarck sinking, because the swordfish torpedo hit, the rudder getting jammed, and, you know, even though only the one rudder was jammed, you only have one other rudder of the same size, so you can't really compensate for it. Anyway, cruisers have the same layout. I guess that's just the German style. Oh boy. Oh boy. There go all the frames. There they go, down the drain. Okay, stabilized. For the most part. So then, for issues that will be discussed, partly because the 20-inch turrets are just too big to put on this tiny little bar bed on the superstructure. I finally resigned to using quads. I'm really not a quad turret type of guy, but at a certain point, you run out of other options, I guess. So yeah, and then of course your entire main battery can fire directly forward. Albeit you have 8 guns instead of 9 guns, but not that much of a downgrade. And then there's a 7-inch secondary and a 4-inch tertiary. So, but no torpedoes, only guns. So the thing with the all forward design, it's this thing where like everybody eventually sees the light or something. I don't know. Like everybody in these naval history nerd circles is like, well, what are the downsides? All forward. It's completely logical. But particularly in this game, because to put it in simple terms, if you're running away from something with your super battleship, it's probably not something that's worth shooting at with the main battery. It's probably torpedo boats, destroyers by this point, or cruisers or whatever. So you don't need an aft turret for your main battery. They can just all be secondary battery to shoot at the destroyers. Okay. Because if you're just facing an enemy battleship, you're not running away from that shit. There is no world in which you would want to do that. So, just put the armament up front, and then you don't have to worry about getting enough of an angle to bring the aft turret around and all this. But, as I was saying, the German superstructure really does not want to play nicely with the what am I saying? Really does not want to play nicely with the all-forward armament scheme. I can put an 8-inch secondary on. Guess we might as well try it. Can I scoot this back any further? And that really is the issue, just the amount of space that the superstructure takes up. No, that's as far back as I can put it. Okay. So then the main tower. And you can see there's just no fucking space left. Is this a different secondary tower than I had before? Secondary tower 6. No, it's the same one. Oh, I haven't changed the displacement to what I want it to be. That's the problem. That's why my ship is too short. Common problem, you know. You should see your doctor. This happens to you. 130,000 tons, please. Thank you. Alright, now I have to fix all this. Yeah, that's as far back as it goes. Okay. Now, so like, okay, hang on. Let me just if you're gonna make an all-forward armament ship, you want enough space for it to be all forward. So if you look at Nelson, for example, like the point at which main battery ends and superstructure begins is more than halfway through the ship. More ship in front of this point than there is behind, okay? Because there kind of needs to be. Because you can't put turrets all the way up here because the ship's getting thin, can't properly torpedo protect the barbettes and the magazines, and It's a lot of weight, of course, to be putting way out at the end of the ship up there. Like, this is... most of the weight in the ship is the guns and the protection for the magazines and all that. That and the machinery space. So you want that in the middle of the ship. Anyway, so the German superstructure here does not play nicely with that, because the point at which the superstructure starts is most certainly not, it's not even halfway through the ship. It's like a third of the way through the ship. Even when you back it up all the way, and I don't want to back it up all, even if I could, you know, why back it up even this far? Because I can't put an 8-inch turret out here. Like that, then you're weakening your aft secondary battery. But anyway, so that the other problem is the layout, right? And really, it's this barbette being included with the superstructure. If that wasn't there, then you could maybe squeeze a Nelson style layout in here. But these turrets are just, like, you can put it up there. But, and this is really pushing it in terms of how far forward you're putting a 20-inch gun turret. But anyway, this barbette is clearly too small. But it works. Okay, it works. But this is not the loadout you want, again, to bring it back to Nelson. This is the layout that is... We're going to have 3 turrets right next to each other. This is the layout you want. Because if the... I mean, if you can get away with a super duper firing setup, then that would also be good. But then, you know, there's... Like, I can't put a barbette on this barbette, right? I wonder if you could do that with, like, 16-inch guns, maybe. Could I get, like a low enough barbette? Probably not. Yeah, even with the lowest profile barbette that I can get away with. And even then, I don't think the game's happy about it. This still isn't high enough. It's unfortunate. Or if you, like... yes. The Star Destroyer layout. This is what you need to chase down those pesky blockade runners. Oh boy. I mean, that does work, it's just you can't use the forward turret on the broadsides unless you push it forward like that. But then you just have all this void space here. And these outside magazines, not very well protected. That's fun, though. So the reason why you have the the middle turret super firing is because, like, you save weight on the armor scheme. It's not even possible. I could do it with smaller guns, but you save weight on the... Let me bring Nelson back up. So by putting the second turret super firing over the first, you can overlap them, bring the barbettes closer together. We're hemorrhaging frames again. God damn it. Well, I'm gonna go make myself some hot chocolate. Might as well. Certainly not streaming. That's not what's happening. Seems the bleeding has been staunched for the moment. A full 20% of the stream so far has been dropped on the floor. Guess that's the kind of thing that happens when the gales of November come early. Anyway, so this layout, there are good reasons for it. Like you can overlap the first two, kind of bring those barbettes closer together. They can, the magazines closer together, maybe even you're pulling from the same magazines. And obviously you're shrinking the area that needs to be protected by armor. So you can use less armor, or use the same amount of armor, but it's thicker because the area is less. And the other reason why you want the second turret super firing rather than the third turret is because if you lift the second turret up, it gets way better arcs of fire aft, shooting over the shoulder, basically, as it's sometimes called. So that second turret is your best aft shooting gun, which is kind of important on an all forward armament ship to retain some of that capability. Can't shoot directly aft, but if you lift that second turret up, you can improve the situation. And also, that means, because there's no superstructure right here in the way, so if you're like tacking to the other side essentially, then this turret can just keep rotating around. It doesn't have to go all the way across the front to the other side through like 270 degrees. You can just do 90 degrees. Because there's nothing obstructing the gun barrels from turning. So there are good reasons for this layout. But you can't do it here because there's just not enough space. The only thing you can do here is well, especially if you want fucking 20-inch guns. The thing you can do here is go for a more sort of French layout. And what is the French battleship that's like that? I don't remember. The Dunkirks or the Richelieus? That looks right. Yeah. Oh, interesting. They have like aircraft facilities here instead of guns. Makes sense. Especially when your Navy doesn't have any carriers. Like a multi-level hangar and everything. Wow. Is Dunkirk fast enough to halt the Grafspee? 29.5 knots, that'll do it. That is what you would call a fast battleship. So you've got 8 13-inch guns, which on 26,000 tons. Fuck. Oh. God damn it. But that's not the cargo weight in this case. That is 26,000 tons. It's not 26,000 tons more, it's 26,000 tons standard. More for a deep load. So that's not a bad armament for that displacement, I guess. "700 feet long. So yeah, basically gone for this concept. Which I will say, especially considering that it's 1964, like as aircraft, like you might want a helipad back here. You might be looking at like surface-to-air missile systems. Like as time goes on, it makes more and more sense to not have any main battery turrets aft. And I will say this superstructure, like the halfway point of the ship, is back here. So unlike Nelson, the superstructure comes quite a ways forward. But of course, Nelson doesn't have to have as much machinery, because Nelson is a slower ship. So is Richelieu the class that didn't get finished? Because it sounds like these two were fully operational at the start of the war. Interesting that they were like specifically targeting the Grafspee and her sisters. Yeah, so their previous generation is these guys from the first war. But then what about Richard Nixon? Yes, that's what I want. Hello, Tonk. These are also all forward. Oh no, that's Dunkirk. Never mind. What? What is this? Put the superstructure in front of the main battery? What the fuck are we doing? Okay. Richelieu is the same layout as the Dunkirks. But it is 10,000 tons bigger. 10,000 tons heavier, I should say. 100 feet longer. And 2.5 knots faster. And it has 15-inch guns instead of 13-inch guns. So we're looking at all forward designs because like I've seen the light. Let's say. And the closest thing to this layout historically is those French designs. The Dunkirk and the... It was Dunkirk and Strasbourg. And then... Richelieu. And... Who's the other one? Jean Bart. Jean Bart, to make any French listeners really cringe. Jean Bart is the one that was like not finished. So the Dunkirks were operational early in the war. Yeah, this is the one that they took to America. But Jean Bart was the less finished of the two at the time the war broke out. But yeah, with the two quad turrets, and as I'm saying, no, this is Dunkirk, but it's the same layout basically. As time goes on, when you start thinking about helicopters, missile systems, radar, like it starts to make more and more sense to not have a main battery turret back here. Goadses? What is it? What is a goads? What are you talking about, my man? Glasses? Hey now, that's a stereotype. Just assume how I look. Ooh, a nice false bow line and a false bow wave on it. That's fun. Just sound like I wear glass. How dare you assume? How dare you? So anyway, this thing is about 5 times bigger than Richelieu. You are absolutely correct, by the way. I do need glasses to be able to see at distance. Right now, I'm actually not wearing any because I'm nearsighted, and B, my prescription is not very strong. But legally, I'm required to wear glasses in order to drive, so I need them to see at distance. So anyway, we got our 20-inch quads in the French style layout. And then a bunch of 8-inch quads, of course. Because they fit. And then... Oh, you can put 5-inch up here. I think I'll stick with 4-inch, though. Not gonna bully me for having glasses. I appreciate that. When I was in school, I feel like we had like the last gasps of that mentality. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I think being a nerd is a lot cooler than it used to be. Even though that's a very oxymoronic thing to say. Because the very definition of a nerd originally was that they aren't cool. So that's basically it. Again, no torpedoes, because that's the rule this time around. Last time it was all torpedoes. This campaign, no torpedoes, which actually prohibits the use of destroyers and torpedo boats, because those... You're not allowed to build one of those that doesn't have torpedoes. So you have to go with light cruisers. There, how does that look? Gas turbines. Oh shit, dude. Gas turbines for my 130,000 ton super battleship. That'll burn some fucking oil. Or gas, I guess, at this point. But it is still the most efficient. Like, that's 82,000. If I go with geared steam turbines, but this is at 88,000. So, like, it's fucking expensive, but that's how it's gotta be. Of course, we want all the survivability measures. Make the thing absolutely unkillable. And when you are using 20-inch guns, it is like you want as much reload speed as you can get. Because at base we're at 2 minutes and 10 seconds for the reload, which is a very long time. And this gets us to 80 seconds. Which is 132 versus 80. It's not half, but it's close. Also, like, historically, 1 round per minute was about acceptable. So, going a little bit over that for 20-inch guns, you know, that's acceptable. Now here's the question. Should I go up to the actual maximum? The actual biggest possible guns? 20.9 inch? So basically 21 inch. Now it's 93 seconds. What could go wrong? I've already run into one problem. Okay, you know what? Okay. 20 inch is fine, alright? You heard it first. Here first. No need to overcompensate. As if we aren't already. Why are the 8-inch guns only 38 caliber? Guess that gives them more rotation speed, but... I'm sorry. How many? Okay, hang on 1 second. Just look up the 16-inch 50 real quick. The muzzle velocity for the 16-inch 50 on the Iowa class battleships is 762 meters per second. For the armor piercing. This thing is 1,280 meters per second on a fucking 20-inch gun. And the 16-inch 50 is like a relatively high velocity gun by the standards of the time. What is this in feet? Brain. Do I divide by? No, surely not. Have I done that? Is that over 4,000 feet per second? Surely not. We are launching a 20-inch projectile. It's gonna weigh like as much as a school bus or something. At over 3 times the speed of sound. Okay, well, or is it 4 times? No, yeah, it's 4 times the speed of sound. Not quite hypersonic, but oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, well, that's something. Meanwhile, this only has a paltry 991 meters per second. Still more than the 16-inch 50. Like, that's pretty much 3,000 feet per second right there. Which 3,000 is like the high end of velocities in gun terms. It's very interesting how even when you scale it up or down, like you come up against the same limitations of materials and the speed at which the propellant deflagrates. Is that the correct term? And these sorts of things. Well, anyway, sticking with 20-inch guns because the placing up here, because this is already so far forward. And if you push it up higher, then it messes it up even more. So this will do fine. I'll settle for mere 20-inch guns. It'll be okay. We have to worry about the armor for this thing. Should go to like 15 maybe. Start with the deck. I do have a lot of extra displacement. And I could go for more speed, but that's kind of inefficient. Let's just see. So we're at basically 119. This is 100 less. But if I go up to 32.1, and we're gaining 9,000. So like I could go for more speed, but it's very inefficient. And I want this thing to be unfucking killable. So here we are. I mean, it better be unfucking killable. We're making it 130,000 tons. Which, by the way, the British don't get this hull. They get the 100,000. Or I think it's like 90 something. They don't get this big for the British. So, but the big dick Germans over here, you know. I assume like the Japanese have the big one too. But it's Super Battleship 2 is what the hull is called. We're gonna want more than that for turret armor, I think. Interesting. Hmm. I do wonder what is considered for belt. Is engine efficiency changing? See, I can't do anything about the engine efficiency because we're already... The gas turbines are already more efficient than anything else. And I have nowhere to put another funnel. So like I'm sorry, but I can't help you there. Wait, the flash fire chance is literally 0? Interesting. I would have thought there would always be a chance.
Realities are shifting.
But that's, I guess that's just wishful thinking.
Perception has
So you're telling me there's not a chance.
clear. A new awareness has bound. It's time to awake.
I looked away for a second, all of a sudden we're at 17 inches. Hello, Crusader 65. You're correct.
I am awakened.
It's as big as they come. You've never played the Germans? Who have you played as? I played as the Germans, and then there was the torpedo boat campaign with the British.
Realities are shifting.
Played as the Austro-Hungarians before. That was fun. Because that's, like, by definition, alternate history. If you make it past 1916 or so. How much main belt can I have anyway? So we got 5,000 tons left. US, France, and China. I've never played as France. Or China.
A power divides us in these
Yeah, I can't do anything about the engine efficiency though, because I'm on
Our spirits
gas turbines, which this thing is gonna. Man, the gas prices for the German automobile driver. I got bad news, okay? But this is plus 70%. I guess diesel technically has more, but that still doesn't help. And then if I go to, and of course I'm overweight, but if I go to geared turbines, forced draft, I only get up to 59%.
reawakening. Forces
And there's nowhere to put another funnel,
behind.
really. So,
Divides us in these ever-changing times. It's time to awake.
unless you're telling me I should move my main battery turrets even farther forward.
But our spirits are infinite.
What I'm limited by Crusader 6.5 is the superstructure. Yeah, none of these secondary towers have a place to put a funnel on. If this superstructure didn't take up so damn much space. Because then, like, they have to have this fucking barbette on there, even though, like, it's a 130,000 ton battleship. Are you really expecting me to use small enough main gun turrets that that barbette is gonna work? You know? I don't know what to tell you. Just gonna have to live with it. Yeah, they're 20-inch guns. Oh, 29.7 is the maximum. I'm still... Okay, well, the gas turbines, I got bad news about gas prices, but we're saving weight big time, let me tell you. Hmm. Probably don't need to devote that much to their shit. Okay, okay, okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're all good. Like, I probably want to devote some weight to the conning tower, right? Maybe take this up to like 10. Okay, we're getting close. Let me max this out and then trim back on the main belt some. Just put on 30 inches of armor, why not? Is there anything else I would rather have? Let me take this down to some extent, at least. Go to like 25, maybe. Okay. Oh, superstructure is actually pretty weight intensive. Interesting. I mean, I could afford to... I mean, obviously, because you're protecting the entire superstructure, which is a lot. But I can probably afford to take it up to like 5 inches or something, which is ridiculous. But here we are. This is a new campaign? Yes, I should explain. We had the British Empire with the torpedo boats only, right? That was the premise. And then it was me, the Soviets, and the Americans left. And I was allied to the Americans. I eliminated the Soviets. And then what happens in this game? If there's nobody left who's not allied to you, yeah, only 21 inches. We'll survive. It'll be fine. If the only people left are your allies, you win. It gives you the you won the game screen, and then the worst part is it wipes your fucking save. Because you won. So, I was grooming the United States as like the final boss for that campaign. But I was allied to them, so didn't get to fight them. So it's like the true end of history. You know, 1990s style. We won history. So yeah, that's unfortunate. So this campaign, I started anew as the Germans, and instead of torpedoes, there are no torpedoes. That's the rule for this campaign. Only guns. Because I was a little sick of torpedoes, to be honest. How long it takes? It's like 40-something months, I think. Should say somewhere here. 43 months. It's the build time. But I already have previous very similar classes. This is just the final refinement. Following a random Russian guy. Well, don't follow him anywhere sketchy. I'd like to fix the aft weight offset a little bit. Yeah, so like you got this. I really wonder what's considered the front belt. Like, does it depend on where you put your main battery and your machinery and shit? Because, like, it's showing me this zone, which is the most critical zone. Because you got my forward magazines. I guess the only magazines. Can stop calling them the forward magazines if there's no aft magazines.
054, designated Sierra 4.
But, oh, we're close. We've done it. We've done it. Fucking exact change. 130,000 tons. Let's go. No, that fucked it up. Well, I feel like I want to do that some, though. Now we're under 10% for the weight offset. Should be fine. we have the opposite problem that a lot of the German capital ships had historically. The bows are too buoyant. Let me just check that everything's good. So we got 16 inches on the turrets, which with my armor technology is probably equivalent to 20. Just at a guess. The secondary battery, pretty well protected too. 21 inches on the main belt. 10 inches on the main deck. Yeah, I just had to go German instead. Because why do the same thing again? And I do like the German aesthetic, especially like it peaks at like the 1910s Imperial German. In my opinion, aesthetically, that's the high point for German ships. German-made vessel. German-made, but I would say British designed or French designed, because we have the Dunkirk / Richelieu layout, except with 20-inch guns. So what convinced me to go all forward is like, well, first of all, there's no point trying to work with this superstructure because the barbettes are way too small. And then the other thing is, in this game especially, if you're running away from something, it's probably not something that you want to be shooting at with your main battery. Right? If you have this fucking monster and you're running away from something, it's going to be destroyers. At which point, all you need is the secondary battery. So you just max out on the secondary battery back here. And then if you're up against an enemy battleship, you better not be running away. So you just put everything up front. And then you don't have to worry about angling to get that aft turret around and all that shit. So those are the gameplay reasons, which are similar to the historical reasons. Like the British built the Nelsons because the British have the superior navy, so they're much less likely to want to be retreating at any point than the Germans would be. So, like, why not put everything forward? And the French, with Dunkirk and Richelieu, I think it's, well, and also with the Nelsons, it's also a treaty thing. Because you can be a little bit more efficient if you don't have to have a whole separate armored magazine part of the ship back here. If you just do it all in one place, consolidate that all, and then you have the machinery aft. Like, there's some efficiencies that you gain there when you're trying to fit it into a treaty-sized battleship. Makes a little more sense, I guess. But the French were also the ones, one of the few to like figure out how to do quad turrets reliably, which really helps because you can just have 2 turrets and that's enough at that point. And then, as I was saying before, as time goes on and you have, like, you might want a helipad back here, you might want surface-to-air missiles. Makes more and more sense to not have a main battery turret back here. Mad speed? I mean, 32 knots. 130,000 tons at 32 knots. But that's the like max efficient speed as far as the game's concerned for this hull. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, this one. It's had quite a few names. Sea-Wise Giant, Yara Viking, Knock Nevis, less detailed data about this one. A little bit less has been declassified. And also, we haven't built them all yet, so we don't quite know how it's going to work out, but... This thing is 1,155 feet, which comes out to 352 meters. So 100 meters shorter than Sea-Wise Giant. And of course, we're comparing like an apple. Okay, not an apple. We're comparing a watermelon to an orange. But the watermelon, Sea-Wise Giant, at full load, full cargo load, weighs 5 times as much. And it's 100 meters longer. But still. Yeah, there's a lot of water in that melon. It's an oil melon, if you will. I think we're all good. "20-inch guns. Fucking 4,000 feet per second. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, what kind of propellant are we using? It's only a 53 caliber gun. How much propellant are we cramming in there to get those kinds of velocities? Have I heard of the... Have you looked at the stream title, Friendly Tank Cannon? Are you aware of what's going on here? Are you aware that the legend lives on? Can you hear the wind in the wires making a tattletale sound? I mean, y'all overseas people might have to correct me on this, but I think at least where I live, the Edmund Fitzgerald is like the second most famous shipwreck. Like, everybody knows about the Titanic, and then like 90% of people know about the Edmund Fitzgerald. But like, yeah, the most famous ship is the Titanic. Like, that's worldwide. Everybody fucking knows. I feel like. But in second place, I don't know if, like, if you're in the UK, maybe like the Hood or the Bismarck or something would come in second place. I don't know. But where I live, second place is Edmund Fitzgerald. And I do live relatively close to the Great Lakes. But yeah. I need to figure out what I'm going to name this thing. I don't feel too great about Ostfriesland. I mean, it's a historical name. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Um, I mean, the problem with the Germans is they're all like place names. They don't have, or people. They don't have like um like Dreadnought, Enterprise, Warspite. It's all people and places. A bit boring, to be honest. Very German of them. Field Marshal Albrecht von Roon, very creative. Field Marshal Ludwig York von Wartenberg. Who would have thought? They do go into like Norse mythology names sometimes. What is the origin of this name? Oh shit, dude. Well, I was looking at it because, like, Hansa caught my eye because that's a word used in, the Witcher books. For, like, a group, a gang. I wonder if that's related to Hanseatic League. Here we go again with mythology. We got Heimdall, Beowulf, Odin. Yeah, this whole class was... Oh, Siegfried is German for Sigurd. Interesting. Name it Odin? But like I'm not the Danish Navy, you know? Not the Norwegian Navy. Just feels a bit... Like, I feel better about Siegfried because it's the German version of the name. The hell is this? A category of elemental beings associated with water, stemming from the alchemical writings of Paracelsus. Later writers developed the Undine into a water nymph in its own right. Corinthians? What are we going, biblical now? I mean, I could go for a really important person like Barbarossa. Bismarck, obviously, but that's... I don't really want to do that. Clausewitz. Who was Scharnhorst anyway? Well, they do like naming cruisers after like animals and stuff, which is cool. Jaguar. They've... Because it was like a 1920s Jaguar class of torpedo boats. Hmm. I'm sorry, originally built as a steam yacht in 1885? Stationed at Constantinople, where she was used for diplomatic purposes. Interesting. Lux, I think, is German for lynx.
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
I mean, we could use something from here, you know. Yeah, Siegfried. Brunhild. A bit Wagnerian, of course, which is, you know, we're we're getting to some dark places with that, but that's like this Germany is still imperial. Okay. Still got a Kaiser. We haven't soiled the mythology with those sorts of reinterpretations in this timeline. Can't steal that shit from us. Are you saying I take things too seriously? I probably do. Is that right? The eyes first? Yeah, eyes first in both cases. I before E. Now, I do have a Fritjof, which is another mythological name. But the rest of them are all people or places. There was a Bismarck class. And then some of the cruisers are named after animals, which is cool. The funniest thing is that there's a cormoran with a C and then a cormoran with a K as well. Got both. Those just came up automatically. Anyway, we should move on. I think this is all good. So SMS Siegfried. Laid down 1964. All right. So you can see the progression here. So, things I've learned about this game. Obviously, there's the thing where if all that's left are your allies, you win. You get the win state, and then your save is gone. So that's an important thing to know. And with the research, at a certain point, you stop getting new parts, and it just gives you these like incremental upgrades that just keep going and going, like the repeatable technologies in Stellaris. Except these upgrades are a lot more minor. This isn't. I'm not getting 19.2% from this upgrade. 19.2% is the cumulative upgrade from this and all the previous versions of this technology. This is the 27th iteration. I'm just gonna take me up. So like, over here, we're getting an 8 horsepower per ton bonus. The last iteration was like 7.1, and then it was 6 point something, I think, before that. I don't remember exactly, but you get the idea. Maybe it was like 7.8 and then 6.4 or something. I don't know. Okay, now I'm just gaslighting myself. Anyway. So those are some of the things I've learned by taking it to things to 1964. Also, when you don't start as the British, it's a lot of work to eat the British Empire. It takes a long time. But that's basically what I've been doing for the past, like, 20 years at this point. But, yeah. Not skipping a beat, I guess. Unfortunately, I don't think there are any British ships left to fight. The AI British in this campaign have been building all forward battleships and battlecruisers. The AI does do that, which is interesting. But the British superstructures are a lot more conducive to that. Don't take up quite so much goddamn deck space. Yeah, they have a bunch of... But they have no active ships. I wonder if they're just all mothballed. Because if they mothball their ships, And then they don't have any crew because I've been murdering them for the past 20 years. So you don't have anyone to man the ships. They're all mothballed, and then as I take over territories, they just get consolidated. They like teleport to the remaining ports that they have. That might be what's happening. So this battleship and 7 cruisers that are here, those might just all be mothballed. But anyway. Really do not need to look at the research screen these days. Okay, and the other problem I've had in this campaign is I have way too many minor allies, and they're monopolizing my shipyard infrastructure. However, what I've learned is to say no to requests like this, because, like, why would I build light cruisers from the 1890s for you? Like, can't you save up some money to be able to? And they will request the newer stuff, but just not all the time. So, and it does help, like, they will actually fight in your wars if your enemies come to them, essentially. Like, they don't actively take the fight to the enemy, but if they're in the same area, they will fight. So it is kind of worth it for your minor allies to have good ships. But it's not a huge deal. The main problem is taking up your shipyard capacity. So, in terms of ships that I do have, there's 3 of these. Everything else has been scrapped. This is my 19-inch with 3 triples. And then there's 6 of these, which is very similar, just with Mark III guns, slightly less capable systems. The standard fleet size that I've arrived at is 3 super battleships and 8 light cruisers, because that just fits into the... Nice. Took that over. But yeah, 3 and 8 just fits into the crew size limit. So Strange. Okay. Yeah, the Italians are next on the list because they're basically... The Italians were actually gone for a long time, but then they actually, as a direct result of my war against the British, because the British like had Italy, but then I destabilized their empire to the extent that it started to fragment, and then a lot of the local areas rebelled, such as India, but also Italy. So Italy re-emerged, which is fun. And now apparently they're fighting the Americans. I don't think they're going to win that one, though. They have about 10% of the fleet the Americans have. 111 destroyers. Yeah, yep, okay. Well, thicker the hay, the easier it's mowed, maybe? Who knows? That's a lot. Well, I guess it is like the entire West Coast. Alright. I'll need 2 fleets for that then. Yeah, these guys are ready to go. Oh, I already have an Odin. One of the Nassau class. Take the ones with faults first. So yeah, as you can see. And these cruisers are like about 1,000 crew. The super battleships are like 3,000. So we're about as much as I can squeeze in. 3 battleships and 8 cruisers. And that leaves you, because the cruisers are definitely attritable. So having 8 of them leaves you a little bit of extra, you know. So even if some of them get sunk, you still have some defense against submarines and stuff, which are the real danger to these battleships. If the submarines catch them unescorted on the campaign map. All right. Keep pissing off Italy. You can create and customize your own sub, or are they just prefabs? You can build types. I never fuck with this because, like, why? Like, it's just a thing on the campaign map, basically, because they're not, like, you don't fight an actual battle against submarines. It's just an auto resolve, basically. So, like, why bother? But yeah, they got like different stats. The 29 not submarine to keep up with the fleet. So there's that. Cruiser submarine. With more range, I would assume, but range isn't listed here. Mine layer submarines. But yeah, you can't customize them. It's cool that they have mine layer submarines, and mines are a mechanic. Like the laying mines around Bermuda and all that shit. I mean, that's not the focus of the game. So it's kind of whatever. I mean, there's also, like, aircraft are not invented in this timeline. So, like, because we're not building aircraft carriers, you know. But it would be interesting to have a similar submarine builder type of game, but I don't know exactly how you would do it. Because the way, like, you don't have submarine fleet would that have been better? Or would it just... Because that would be a worse show, right? If you just focused on the boat and that storyline was as stupid as it was. There's 2 Das Boats? Yeah, have you not seen the original one? The like original actual Das Boat? Thompson? You know who Thompson is? Yeah, the 1981. Or whatever. I was talking about the like recent one where they turned it into a modern TV series that... Yeah. Have you seriously not watched the original Das Boat? Because I mean, like if you haven't watched the original Das Boat, I need you to... I mean, don't get me started on the fucking streaming ecosystem. But like, you can get the DVD because you're gonna watch it more than once if you want to continue hanging out here. Because otherwise, you're gonna get kicked out, right? I expect your review of the original Das Boat on my desk by tomorrow morning, okay? Get a DVD. Or, buy it digitally rather than rent it. I mean, there are other ways, but I'm not going to say them publicly. Oh shit, it's time to design the cruiser. The light cruiser. Okay, but my opinion of the new Das Boot is like the actual U-boat part of that show. My opinion of that is those guys are dead and they deserve to be. That's my opinion. Like that damage control situation that they get into, the original Dust Boat is like right at the limit, and then they just went even further. Like there is fucking chlorine gas in the battery compartment. They're sitting on the bottom at 300 meters. And it's like you are dead. All of you are dead. And furthermore, you deserve to be because you fucking mutinied. All right? That's how I feel. Yeah, and the Einzvio goes and sacrifices himself, which I guess is some form of redemption, but probably need to be a little further back, I think. You have a name for this ship? Let's hear it. Hoffman, like I am a Hoffman stan. Hoffman did everything right. And his crew are fucking bitches. For not fucking being big boys and following orders, okay? He's the fucking captain. Yeah, it was horrible. That's why I say they're dead and they deserve to be. What does portent mean? Like portent, but with a K. No idea? Okay. Glad I'm glad we could clear that up. Did you just pull that shit out of your ass? Yeah, I think you did just pull that out of your ass. All right. The thing that I'm surprised by been thinking of that name for a long time. I think that's like the alternate universe name for something that you've picked up through cosmic osmosis or something. Anyway. Yeah, I could never do that. But like I was certain that at some point we would look, man, you put a sci-fi word and a biology word together and pretend it means something. I was certain that at some point we were gonna get 4-inch guns at least for the secondary battery. But that's not happened. We're stuck with 3-inch. Which is mystifying. Because, like, I'm sure that Belfast, for example, has a secondary battery of like 4-inch guns. Yeah, 4-inch dual purpose guns. Right here. I could fight nothing but smaller craft. Yeah, but it's just weird to me. Like, you can put a 7-inch main battery on. So why can't you put a 4-inch secondary battery? I'm a bit confused. It's a very small carrier. But it's like the game, the 4-inch gun would fit. It's just the game is like, no, that's not allowed. Not as the you could put on a 4-inch main battery gun, but then it's the part of the main battery, and then you have a mixed main battery and all the problems that come with that. I don't understand. And then if you like a Cleveland, Grover Cleveland, for example. There we go. These guys have 5-inch guns. One on the center line there, and then on the wings, you have 6 of the 5-inch 38 turrets. So they have a 6-inch main battery, and then a 5-inch, which is primarily because these are anti-aircraft guns, and these aren't. That's the real reason. They have a 5-inch secondary battery. Why can't I do that? On my light cruisers. Now, granted, the Cleveland is pretty heavy for a light cruiser. Well over 10,000. Seems a bit weird that you can only go up to 3 inches. And if you do 4 inches, then it's like the main battery style of turret. That's weird. Okay, well, one goes there, that's for sure. And there. Are you saying it's not the size of the gun, instead it's the motion of the fire control system? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, let me put this as far forward as I can. Oh, shit. I think we are in the right positioning here. I guess that's all I can fit. That's fine. That'll do. No torpedoes. Only gun. And then I think I can put some pom-poms. Well, these are really Bofors guns, but put them up there. It's the only thing that'll fit. And what's 35.5? Oh, we don't have efficiency problems with this guy. That's good news. This morning I woke up because this morning I woke up and woke up this morning. If you say so. Triple base. TNT. Hot tip. Hot tip. Never use electrical. Always use electrohydro. It doesn't really matter what level you go for. That's like personal preference. But electrical only, it's bad news. Too much flash fire chance. I don't get what? I'm so confused. What's the reload time on these? I mean, we might as well shred those destroyers. Let me just run the numbers real quick. So 385 divided by 3 is 128. So that is 18.4 minutes of continuous fire. Which, well, you know, like you'd be more concerned about that in the early game because you're so inaccurate that you don't want your ships to just blow their entire load before they're in range to hit anything. But with the fire control that I have now, the accuracy is such that, like, it could be argued there's no such thing as too high of a rate of fire. But I guess we'll see. Do not need mines. It seems you can't put mine sweeping gear on a cruiser. Can only put that on a destroyer. But you can put anti-submarine stuff on. All right. Small ships with small weaponry and a bunch of mine-laying devices. The Je ne Cole advocated the use of small, heavily armed vessels to combat larger battleships. The use of commerce raiders. I mean, this road definitely does lead to submarines. And then, like, the direct response to the Je ne Cole strategy is the invention of the destroyer, the torpedo boat destroyer. You know, he argued that the future lay with fast ships with light armor and big guns, which would become known as the battle cruiser. Is he wrong? Is he I don't think he's correct in the short term. Like, battleships with heavy armor are still relevant. In the Second World War, I would argue. Especially because airdropped weapons are not yet really able to deal with the armor that they have. So they can sort of soak up bombs and kamikazes and stuff. But these days, Like, what is an Arleigh Burke if not a battle cruiser? It's got the armament of a battleship, speed of a cruiser. Sure doesn't have much for armor. But I think it's aircraft that did this, not torpedo boats. Is there anything I don't know a lot about? I mean, anything that's like actually useful in real life? No. This shit, I can go all day. Just keep me in the 1890s, please. I only know irrelevant information. Doesn't matter anymore. Anything applicable to real life. Absolutely clueless. But like you hit me with that fucking Star Wars Trivial Pursuit. I'm there. I got you. Useless information only. What should I know about Star Wars ships? Let me put it this. I'll put it to you this way. I'm at the point where, like, I question what it even means to know things about that stuff when the Disney is like changing the canon every 5 minutes. Like, there's things that I know that are disproven in the more recent movies, which is interesting. Like, there's no way you can convince me that a ship the size of a Star Destroyer will not just tear itself apart when subjected to the stresses of gravity and an atmosphere. But they have no problem with just bring it into the fucking... Just park it right 100 feet above the ground. Yeah, that works. But that's like a whole thing. Like, my understanding of Star Wars is like old school Timothy Zahn stuff, right? That's where I'm at with it. Oh shit. Yeah, the conning tower is not that much weight. Nuclear reactors are just boilers. What, you mean there's no better way of generating energy than just boiling water? Come on now. We can come up with something better than that. Figures out how to split the atom. He uses it to boil water. Oh shit. There we go. That even like sounds German. Where the fuck did you pull that from, my guy? Like, that even fits. I don't understand. Thick-headed skull. Got any real words in there or just fake ones? Alright, 10,000 tons. A crew of 1,577 feet long. That'll do. I think that's new enough that that's worthwhile. What I do for work? I don't have a real job. Bit of this, bit of that. What about you? No, not one of those. In this economy? Surely not. Those don't exist. I definitely have, like, commitments, though. It's probably the best way to put it. Commitments. Canada wants some. Canada wants some. We're on to a winner. Commitments how? Like, family stuff. Handyman type stuff, you know. Like, like I do work. I just don't have a job. If that makes sense. Um, what do I want to do with you? The Soviets are going for it. which is interesting. I mean, part-time, kind of. Fuck. What do you mean? What is your problem, video game? I'm not allowed to be Chief of Navy for more than 75 years? Fuck. It's a time limit on conquering the world, I guess. The more you know. Let's see. 6,900,000 tons of British shipping. 6.9 million. 3.3 million of French shipping. Oh, have I fought the United States? I don't remember. 1.9 million. 2.6 million versus the Soviets. 5.8 million. And fucking nothing. The Austrians. Australia now? I wish. I wish. Yep. Like, the systems are there. Like, you could play as a minor power in this game. It would be doable to play as, like, Sweden or something. Okay, hang on. I'm not gonna click exit. I'm gonna fucking Alt F4 and see if the save is still there. You motherfuckers. Why? Why? Why do this to your game? And why am I only learning about this now? Why is the only way to learn that there's a fucking time limit to actually get there? Just like I learned that if you only have allies left, you just win. Son of a bitch. So yeah, the only way to do backups is to have it in a different slot. Like I do have this previous version of the campaign. But well, shit, man. Didn't even get like a battle or anything. Life comes at you fast, I guess. Oh, man. Well, I'm going to take a break while I consider what to do next. But yeah, that sucks. I'll be right back. All right. Well, let me just load this save so you can at least see the big boys in action. I mean, this war against the British was something else. The problem, what happened was, I wanted to do this campaign and then be like, oh, once I have all the technologies, then I'll do a stream and start with building the last versions of the ships, because that's pretty much where I left off with the British campaign. But then the technologies just keep going, but I didn't realize at first that it was just these incremental improvements once you have all the parts and everything. Anyway. Oh, look. Perfect. Perfect. These are not the all-forward super battleships, but they'll do. They'll do. Yeah, this war against the British is it's something else. I mean, this is 1948. And we were in 1965 and it was still going. So there's that, I guess. My 16-inch gunships. These are 14-inch. But with 12 guns, so. But these guys are still pretty new. Sometimes the AI really likes torpedoes. Sometimes. They've got the quintuple, the quadruple, and the triple. All in a row. Oh, man. But then these cruisers don't have any torpedoes. It's more my style. And these battleships with no secondary battery. But the main battery layout is actually pretty decent. I should shoot at the cruisers that have torpedoes. So that other design that I was making, that was the French / British design built by the Germans. This is the American design built by the Germans. With 3 triples, 2 forward, 1 aft. The quintessential American layout. Going well here, I suppose you could say that. No torpedoes, only guns. I'm actually not concerned about this cruiser because they don't have any torpedoes. They're like me. There's a lot of destroyers, though. There's gonna be fish in the water any minute now. By the way, I figured out what was lagging the game so badly. And it is this log right here. Because it like comes through in ticks almost, like every second, I guess. And if there's a shit ton of impacts to calculate to report, then it hitches each time. Probably gets worse if you do this. Yeah. Hitch. 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 But if you just disable that, then it just runs. That's another thing that I've learned. Cause like maybe the frame rate isn't the highest, but at least things are happening smoothly. Even though there are a lot of things happening, you know? Good lord. Yeah, Pomeran's about to get it. For once, I'm not happy about seeing the torpedo boats. Because they're not mine. It's a lot of torpedoes. Jesus Christ. The cruisers are doing a good job, though. And all the 4-inch guns on these guys. Chewing right through them. shit. I don't remember how many destroyers it actually was, but feels like a lot. Like 20 or some shit. I feel like using this barbette even though there's no reason to. Because like you just have barbette here and nothing here, and then you lower the center of gravity. But the AI doesn't care about such trivial matters. Dead by Daylight? What is that? Is that the, like there's the one guy who, like, hunts the rest of you? Or something? Yeah, yeah. With the hook. I've seen the hook. The meat hook. I mean, I think it's pretty clear why that game is stressful. I think it's... I think that's, pretty upfront, you know. I am shocked that I haven't lost anybody, because these are not the most modern of the ships around. as I mean, as much as I do complain about the incompetence of this AI, they do, if given enough warning, they do more often than not succeed in evading torpedoes. So there is that. By much of a multiplayer gamer. Give me 1 second. Give me just 1 second. Oh, that is so small. There you go. Here's my response to your question. I have not played Days Gone or Doom Eternal. I played Doom 2016. I've not played Oblivion, too young for that. Too young for me to care about the remaster as well. Also too young for this. Not too young for this, just about. Just about came of age when this was happening. I have played none of these games. I played the original Overwatch. I played Apex Legends. I've played a bunch of played my share of Titanfall 2 matches. And Battlefield 1. That was a good time. That's just there now in the background. I don't really enjoy the competitive stuff, though. It is sometimes nice as like almost like a brain reset almost, where it's like I need to completely forget everything else and just focus on this one very intense thing. Like there's something to be said for that. Bold of you to assume I have friends. But no, like we played Helldivers when it was like still okay, well that's like a whole other conversation, but played Helldivers with the boys. Played Sea of Thieves with the boys. We have discussed this. I yes, probably. I was on Dark Tide for a little bit as well. That one was cool. I'm sure it still is, but yeah. I think they have better fire control on their battleships anyway. Maybe if you guys used AP, you would do better. Just, you know, just a thought. Yeah, that's more like it. But yeah, they're at 63%. I'd say we're pretty much on par. These are not my 20-inch radar-guided monsters, so... Queen Elizabeth herself. Shit. Maybe the cruisers should stay out of this. I mean, I'd say our survivability is pretty equivalent, too. Both taking a beating. Where are you guys going? Supposed to be screening the battleships. In theory. But screening the battleships from other battleships is not very good for their survival. It has to be said. Shit. I should have told them to go away once all the other light units were gone. Oh well. God damn it. Stop killing my light units. Why aren't you dead yet? They're really taking a beating. Oh, it's because their max armor value is 23.2 inches. I see. I would assume that's the main belt. Yeah, and they're only at 21.4 knots. Good lord. Reminds me of me. Almost. There we go. They didn't even sink. Yikes. Oh. Okay, okay. Well, now we can see how the big boys do it. I think I can see why I split off this save at this point. This was like the point of the war where I was the most stretched, I think. Because I got these fucking monsters. They take so long to build, so you don't have very many of them. Okay, so there's 2 of the 19-inch, 3 triples, which, again, not the most efficient layout for an all-forward. Because these 2 barbettes, magazines, and everything are really far apart. This gun's way further forward than it needs to be, which causes other problems. And if you had the middle gun super firing instead of the aft gun, then it would have better fire arcs aft. But with this superstructure, it's kind of the only way to do it. That or this. It's basically the same as... It's just that these 20-inch guns are not quite as advanced. I think some other components as well. But yeah, with these guys, you either charge the opponent or run away from the torpedo boats. No need to worry about broadsides. You just... It's like a Star Destroyer, you know? What are you doing? What the fuck kind of angle is that? Where did those go? I mean, they are 40 kilometers away. Which is, like, over the horizon, I think. Not sure what these guys are doing. It's a much more reasonable angle. Yeah, just, get hits at 30 kilometers. Easy. Wow. Yeah, that was a 19-inch hit on the destroyer. Okay, well, that'll do it, I guess. Oh, Prince of Wales this time. It's the same class. The main battery only class. That salvo's gonna hurt. Oh shit. Torpedoes. Lots of torpedoes. Oh, there are many torpedoes. Okay. All right. "20 yards in front of the bow." Yes, that's a hit. Very well. It's the funniest thing to be complaining about hitboxes in like a naval simulation game. Like it's a fucking fighting game or something, you know? I actually dodged that one. Nice. See what that shit does. Poor thing. Honestly, for a 14.6-inch gunship, it's taken the 20-inch like a champ. Doing pretty well, all things considered. Welcome back. These are the big boys now. But it's... I mean, this is what I was saying. If you're running from somebody... It's not your main guns you want to be shooting at them with, because they're torpedo boats. Destroyers, cruisers, etc. Oh shit, I missed that one. And the cruisers are... helping out quite a bit as well, of course. Do I enjoy U-boat? Yeah. I hope so. I hope so. To have spent 728 hours on it. And I have plans for more. Especially once that DLC comes out. Might lose some cruisers, but the exchange ratio is favorable. What's the DLC again? The Type 9. And like Indian Ocean, go get tungsten and rubber from the Japanese type missions, you know? Yeah, it turns out if you tell the AI to dodge the torpedoes, they will. Not half bad at it. Of course, then they all get spread out, but it's not too bad. I have a question for you, friendly tank cannon. If you're willing to answer. What do you think happened to the Evan Fitzgerald? Do you think she split up? Do you think she capsized? Or do you think she broke deep and took water? Or was it UFOs? No, it's a legit question. Because it's like it's a mystery, right? It could be a meme and a real question. The two are not mutually exclusive. What do you think happened? Hatch gave way, as he says in the song. Water flooded in, caused a cascade of breaking into the holds before she went right down. Hit the floor. She definitely hit the floor quick. Like whatever happened, once the bow in particular is fucking in the mud. So, whatever happened, once she started going down that load of iron ore, you know, it happened quick. What is clear, like the one thing that is definitely a thing is that like it wasn't just like an instant Thanos snap type thing. It was like, oh, all of a sudden the ship's broken in half for no reason. Like there was clearly some issues that they already had. And like flooding was building up over a matter of hours. And then that eventually led to some kind of catastrophic failure. Because of course the ship is in two pieces. Which is what you call a catastrophic failure. But like they said over the radio, they had a list. And They had the pumps going, so taking in water from somewhere. Over a relatively extended time period. Which then led up to some kind of catastrophic failure, as I said. I guess personally, I prefer the theory that she bottomed out and struck on the Caribou Island shoals, I think it is. That area. Which is easy to do when you have big waves like that, because if you have 30-foot waves, then at the bottom of the trough, the lake is 30 feet shallower than usual. And that was where the really problematic water ingress started to happen, but, it could be the hatches too. No way of knowing. Shout out to Gordon Lightfoot, by the way, for making such a goddamn future-proof song. 1 year after the shipwreck. Before they even found the shipwreck. He lays out the possibilities. It's I don't know what happened, and we still don't. It's crazy. Just how spot on that song still is. There's a few little things that are wrong, but her destination was Detroit, not Cleveland, but it's easier to find a rhyme for Cleveland. It doesn't really matter. This one might punch the ticket. Maybe not. Certainly not a whole lot left, though. I still got one main gun working. Too much of a list to use it, though. Oh, and there's no ammo anyway. Let's see. Never stood a chance, really. I mean, the chance was for their destroyers, their light units, to overwhelm me, but that didn't happen. Still that full fleet left. Yeah, this was fighting the British in this game is certainly a task. So but yeah, that's a pretty good illustration of the all-forward supremacy. Closing in on that battleship like like Rodney on Bismarck. See if we can learn anything. Seven ten p.m. 530 feet deep, which is less than the length of the ship, which is always interesting to me. Ship is 730 feet long. So 200 feet of it would be above the water if it was stood up on end. Oh, shortly after, 7:10 p.m. was the last message. We are holding our own. I have a bad list, lost both radars, and I'm taking heavy seas out of the deck. One of the worst seas I've ever been in. Which is like textbook. I have a bad list. The seas are really bad. You got some fucking flooding, my dude. And this too. Because like the more water you take in, the lower you're sitting in the water, and then the heavier the seas are coming over. And then potentially the more water is coming in through the hatches or whatever. So, where'd you get that idea, friendly tank cannon? She is very high in the water there, in Battlelist, as it says. Definitely not carrying 26,000 tons. What? Hmm. Okay, so 3:30 p.m., which is 4 hours before the sinking. They've already got a list. This is what I'm saying. Like, whatever happened, it was happening. There's a problem that was developing over the course of at least 4 hours. "4:39 p.m. He's asking about the Whitefish Point light. Oh, the light was on, but not the radio beacon. So this right here is this is like one of the key pieces of evidence for like there's something wrong on deck with a hatch or a vent or whatever, that they're shipping water through there and somebody wants to go out there and fix it. And the captain doesn't want them to go out there and fix it because they're gonna get washed the fuck overboard. That's like if you're on the hatchway caving in theory, that's some key evidence right there. Yeah, and then whatever catastrophic failure occurred was clearly catastrophic because it occurred within the span of 10 minutes. But sustained winds of 58 knots, not just gusts. Sustained winds. "70 to 75 knot gusts." Yeah. And so the other theory is that because there's like some shoals here that in calmer weather you could pass right over. But if you got 20, 30-foot waves, then you're down in the trough. You might, strike deep and take water, you know? So that's the other theory. Because that's 3:30 was the message about the list, and they're right here at 3:20. So, that's the other theory. Or it was aliens. Halifax explosion? How about here we go. Operation Big Bang. Oh, you can still see the crater? Nice. We're not going to need all these explosives anymore because the war's over. No, no, here's the article that we really want. Wait a second. 1585, during the Spanish siege of Antwerp. Okay, okay. Fire ships. All right. 30th of May, 1626. Explosion of combustibles at the Wangongchang Armory in Ming-era Beijing. Estimated death toll of 20,000. Um, an Ottoman ammunition bunker inside of the Parthenon was struck by a Venetian mortar. Okay, okay. 13.6 tons. $150 to $300 in the bell tower of the Church of St. John of the Colacium in Rhodes. Killed 4,000 people. The crater, 4 tons. USS Maine. Hmm. Where is this? Oh, this must be on, like, close to Lake Michigan. Yeah. Close to Milwaukee. $343 tons of dynamite, getting closer to a TNT equivalent, for use during construction of the Panama Canal. Okay. It exploded in Baltimore. We have all the magazine detonations at Jutland. Okay. Here's the Black Tom explosion, which is, I didn't even know about, but it keeps popping up in Hearts Fire and 4. And I was like, is that real? And it is. And it's literally sabotage. Literally a 1 kiloton explosion. Yeah, this is a famous one. Probably the largest planned explosion in history. This ridge, 1917. Really just a bigger version of what the Union was trying to do at the crater. No, it was not planned. Here it is. Here it is. So yeah, so the Black Tom is 1 kiloton. This is half a kiloton total, not even all in the same place. Meanwhile, Mont Blanc here is carrying 2.6 kilotons of mostly picric acid. 2.9 kilotons, the official rating. Almost 2,000 people. Not quite as many as the 20,000 people in Ming Beijing in 1636 or whatever, but Halifax isn't quite so densely populated. So how did it happen? Any submarine nets? What are you worried? Are you worried you're gonna spoil history for me? Go ahead. TNT, picric acid, highly flammable fuel benzol, and gun cotton. What a lovely homebrew. The music. There we go. One French ship and another tried crossing the river. They argued who goes right. And by the time they stopped, they crashed. And a fire broke out. Ships carrying dangerous cargo were not allowed into the harbor before the war, but the risks posed by German submarines had resulted in a relaxation of regulations. And there is a citation there. Okay. Okay, so Imo's leaving the harbor. This Norwegian ship is leaving the harbor. But they're speeding in an attempt to make up for the delay experienced in loading the coal. They met. So they're on the wrong side of the road. Can I get a map of the fucking harbor, please? So they're trying to... The ocean's over here. They're trying to get to the Bedford Basin. What is... Oh, so they were gonna miss each other? Damage to Mont Blanc was not severe, but barrels of deck cargo toppled and broke open. This flooded the deck with benzol. They quickly flowed into the hold. As Imo's engines kicked in, she disengaged, which created sparks inside Mont Blanc's hull. These ignited the vapors from the benzol. A fire started at the waterline, and travel quickly up the side of the ship. Captain ordered them to abandon ship. The frantic crew of Mont Blanc shouted from their 2 lifeboats to some of the other vessels that their ship was about to explode, but they could not be heard above the noise and confusion. So she was on fire for a while, but then it was just drifting in the harbor. I mean, maybe it's not a good idea to like carry all of the necessary components. Like, do they have to be carrying the extremely volatile fuel and the gun cotton and the picric acid? Like, if they just had picric acid, it sounds like this wouldn't have happened because this fire wouldn't have started so easily. Because the fire started because they were also carrying this fuel. Tsunami that rose as high as 18 meters. 60 feet above the high water mark on the Halifax side of the harbor. Good lord. A 1.6 mile radius. I mean, that sounds like a 2.9 kiloton detonation, alright. I mean, it's like a complete recipe, right? They decided to let hazardous cargoes into the harbor, which it sounds like they didn't do before there was the U-boat threat. And then we have this Norwegian ship that's speeding on the wrong side of the fucking lane. Because they're passing starboard to starboard. Because they met this other steamer that was on the wrong side. So they went on the wrong side, and then they met somebody else. who also went to the wrong side. And then they met the Mont Blanc. So you've got the choice to have this combination of cargoes on one ship. The speeding on the wrong side of the channel. And then like trying to use the engines at the last minute when it's not gonna help and ends up hurting. Like, it's not one thing that went wrong. There are many ways to prevent this. Anyway. Oh, the other thing. To always bring up. HMS Barham. Operation Big Bang, which is 3.2 kilotons, which is about equivalent, but of course. It was planned. My favorite thing about Operation Big Bang is that they like did test explosions specifically to scare away the seagulls before they did the actual explosion. So they didn't just instantly vaporize all the birds. They like intentionally did pre-detonations to scare the birds off. And then rocket explosion. Few rocket explosions. Where's the Okay, well, I know what it's called. It's not an operation. It's just called minor scale. The minor scale test. F4 Phantom for scale. This video. 1985. Evaluate the effects of. So it's a simulated nuclear blast on various pieces of military hardware. 4.2 kilotons. Which is another kiloton on top of Operation Big Bang. There are no plans for a test called major scale. Oh boy. Yeah, I wonder if this video. But yeah, that's the biggest one. At least until they get around to doing major scale. Oh boy. Well, I think I'm about done with this game. Sure wants me to be done. keeps giving me the end state and then wiping the save. But don't ask you to repeat. Oh, there will be a test, don't worry. There will be a test. This is like an ancient save. I don't care about that. It says it's recent, but that's because I opened it up recently. But there's only one class of ship I haven't designed yet. At least in terms of the classes in this game. There we go. The armored cruiser. Oh, right. The Americans have these fucking cage masts, which are better long range accuracy, better communications range, less smoke interference, more target signature. But less aiming speed. What a little chunk. Oh, this is adorable. Little 4,000-ton armored cruiser. Okay. No, can't even fit that one. See if we can make 9-inch work. Adorable. Casement guns. Okay. Ah, yes. Classic. The least survivable fighting position. I guess that's it. It's so adorable. Oh man. I don't know if I can pull off that speed. Well, we don't need that much armor. Speed will be our armor. As long as the gales of November don't come early. So, oh yeah, the Halifax explosion. It's almost like a comedy of errors. Where it's like... the number of ways in which the disaster could have been prevented is very large, right? Because, like, the choice to put the combination of cargoes on that ship, you have the volatile fuel that starts a fire very easily, and all of the explosives. And they have the other ship that's speeding on the wrong side of the channel. It's not like everybody's doing everything right and then there's one thing that causes the disaster. It's like, you're all terrible. Like, have you considered what the consequences of this might be? Mm. I don't know if I can get away with that much speed. How about just 20? Fuck, dude. I only got 10% engine efficiency. What am I even supposed to do with this? As a fat ship, you are correct. Big fat American. Maybe I just need to downgrade my guns. You know? Wait a second. Why is the 9-inch gun less? What the fuck? This is 492 tons. The 9-inch is 402. Same caliber length. I need to go down to 7-inch. One thing I have learned in this game is like the guns themselves are not the major contributors to weight. Unless you go really big, of course. But I mean, it is the guns in a sense, because if you have bigger guns, you need... you know, all of the supporting infrastructure, the ammunition, the protection. We don't need an extra deck. Maybe the difference in weight is due to the default armor values. Well, Look at the fucking. It's like a cartoon armored cruiser. Oh, it's pretty good. .6% engine efficiency. What could go wrong? Can't quite carry 26,000 tons, but, you know. She'll do. Maybe put these. Wow, look at how normal the map looks. Shocking. Well, let's put them all in New York. There's too many, I'll move them. Whoops. Interesting that the Singapore Strait is one of those. But I guess if the Danish belts are, then might as well be. How many of these can I take at once? 17. Which is 70,000 tons. All right. See how quickly we can get a war started here. The Japanese as allies. Might be nice. It is happening pretty quickly. Spanish-American War is kind of the thing that's just waiting to happen at the beginning of this campaign. That's fine. Don't decrease my GDP, please. Thank you. Argentina. Signed a deal with. I thought they wanted to be independent, you know. Maybe they're developing a special relationship of their own among the Hispanophone nations. If that's even the right word, probably isn't. Oh, come on. I want to see the chunky boys in action. Come on. Here we go. What do they have in the area? We got a fucking fleet here. Let's see if we can intercept those. The early game, it takes so long to get anywhere. Oh. Okay, now they're headed to Havana. Should have fucking stayed there. There we go. There we go. That's all that I wanted. That's all that I wanted. There she is. There she is. What is that? 84 years before her time. They're so chunky. Oh man. Are those waves breaking over the railing? Just about. Very fitting to have Olympia in the vanguard for this engagement. Olympia, of course, being an armored cruiser. I think. Something. Maybe she's like a protected cruiser. Or something. I don't remember. But she's still around, I think. Simpler time. Great. I'll let him shoot at whatever. It's fine. Imagine smoke actually working instead of just being able to see through it on radar. Imagine. Imagine being able to stay out of torpedo range. Ah. I see torpedo boats. Ooh, nice. Northampton. These are some... Well, South Dakota's a battleship name. Helena, Olympia, Northampton. Those are some cruiser names, if ever I heard one. And then Los Angeles. It's a submarine name from much later. Well, there probably was a Los Angeles cruiser. most certainly. Nice. What do their armored cruisers look like? And they got the same hull as me. Adorable. Adorable. There we go. Dallas, another very important submarine name, of course. Man. It's a dud torpedoes, but I guess that's what you get in 1890. comes the old girl herself. Hernan Cortez. There's a name. Gotta say, this works pretty well. I think heavy cruisers are the... If you could only have one. Kind of the best compromise. Heavy hitting, well protected, but still, they're not as sluggish as the battleships. They're the equivalent of, like in the Total War games, I oftentimes just build the 74s, the third rates. Just build those, and, you know, that's good enough. Because, like, sure, sometimes you run into first rates, but... like, oh no. They have one first rate to my 5 third rates that I was able to build cheaper, that are faster, more versatile, you know. Because the battleship is a very specialized piece of equipment. It's for battles, as the name suggests. Which means in every circumstance outside of a pitched Jutland-style battleship-on-battleship scenario, a battleship isn't what you need. in every other situation, a cruiser or an escort vessel of some kind is going to be more operationally useful. Right up until you run into an enemy battleship. Right. Speaking of the devil. A little bit of glowworm action going on again. Torpedo boats / destroyers ramming armored cruisers / heavy cruisers, as you do. Why even bother, honestly? Hit rates are so low in this year, it's fucking ridiculous. Very well. Mostly out of torpedoes. Nice. Of course, more often than not, the AI likes putting torpedoes on their battleships, too. The AI likes... I mean, I imagine if you ask the AI design system, if you were able to ask it why, it would just say, because I can. That would be the answer. For the, like, no secondary battery. The torpedoes, like, on the forecastle instead of guns. The guns super firing over the torpedoes on barbettes when they don't need to be. Like the no centerline designs, you know? Because you can. Fall River, there's a good shout. Quite a few museum ships in Fall River, Massachusetts. Including the eponymous battleship. Give it to him, Edmund. It's a front turret knocked out. Of course, as I was saying, in every situation, other than running into a battleship, cruisers, destroyers can get the job done fine. But when you do run into a battleship, I guess, especially when you don't have any torpedoes, that's when it's really an issue. slight action. As the weak point of the whole cruiser strategy. For sure. I don't think we're able to cause any flooding. Yes, torpedoes would help. Silent Hunter. What is that? I've never heard of it before. Is that like a submarine game or something? Does it have mods for it? Do people like it with mods? Please enlighten me. No, that's a long-running joke on this channel and on my YouTube comments section. It's like there's all these people popping up being like, I prefer Silent Hunter 3 with mods. It's way better. Okay, bro. I have not played Silent Hunter, no. Do tell. Oh shit, we lost Olympia. Well, at least we didn't lose the Fits. It's the opposite of what's supposed to happen. Olympia is supposed to survive and become a museum ship. Anyway. Oh man, that's a good one. Sure, I'll make you 2 Edmund Fitzgerald class heavy cruisers. Why not? All right. Well, I think that was fun. But I think that's about enough of that. Oh boy. So key takeaways for this game. Well, yeah, because we're doing American ships now. It makes sense. The key things that you have to play way too much of this game to know. First of all, the lag in the battles is caused by the like log of hits in the bottom left. If you minimize that, the lag goes away, at least mostly. Like frame rate might drop, but it'll be running consistently at least. Second thing, if you eliminate everybody except for your allies in the campaign, it victory screens you and deletes your fucking save. And if you reach the age of 75, 75 years from your start date, same thing happens. End screen. These are important things to know that I didn't. So, anyway. But it's been a good time. Characters 80 to 90. Yeah, it's like Jackie Fisher's so good at his job. They just like give him the immortality serum. The reanimated, partially mechanized corpse of Jackie Fisher, still running the British Navy. Yes, good night. I have to end as well. And this has been fun. We've seen a lot of torpedo boats. And super battleships. But I think it's time to move on to something else. So we shall see what the future holds. But yeah, good night. Good luck. Could it be the north wind we've been feeling?
To these feelings that I don't control.